Okay. Hello, hello. Welcome. Good evening. So to all of those who are going to be watching this as a VOD, let me do my little quick spiel. I'm Ashley, and I'm a character and creature concept sculptor. I usually, on these sessions, like to grab a sphere and mess it around and kind of try and find a concept out of that. It's very much a sketchbook session. This is not specifically meant to be a model for any particular pipeline or anything like that. It's literally just to sketch and explore and have fun with the, I guess, like sculpting process in general, and just seeing where you can go with crazy shapes and forms. So if that's your kind of thing, this goes on for 4 hours. And I'm accepting questions as we go along. Obviously, if you have any kind of question or anything like that, feel free to ask. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Hi, Sub-Zero, how are you? Hi, Reaper. So I'm gonna make sure everything is good here, and then I'll get going. Usually we don't have any plans as to what it is that we're gonna do. We just kind of get down and dirty with it, as the kids say. Or don't, actually. It's kind of cringe, not gonna lie. Alright. Let's see, where do we want to go with this? And I use a lot of these artifacts. I'm going to be using them as I use them after in Dynamesh, usually, to kind of create interesting sketching lines. Kind of creating some stronger shapes here, big generalizations, forms, seeing if anything pops out to me. Thinking overall, this actually could be kind of like a head. Yeah, I could do that. Could do it like a head for sure. Hey Boyd, how are you? Hey Red, how's it going? How's it going, guys? Forget how to drink all the time. Earlier I went to drink some water and spilled the entire thing all over me, because I thought my mouth was where my cheek was. Very good. 10 out of 10. Interesting story. Nobody cares. So I'm thinking that this would be kind of like the mouth area, and we can do some kind of like crazy kind of sideways, like it'll close sideways. That sort of an idea. Almost thinking kind of like I don't know if you've ever seen a mole rat's mouth structure. It's pretty bizarre, you know, like the naked mole rat. Like, how are they able to dig without getting dirt inside of them, you know, like, because they dig with their front teeth all the time, right? When they dig with their front teeth, you'd think that they're swallowing dirt, but because of the amount of fat and flesh around their mouth and how it actually opens like this, it kind of does this on the inside and their teeth are on the outside of it. It's pretty crazy. It's they don't swallow dirt. So I'm kind of thinking I might do something like that, like a digger, and in which case this here, we might kind of like that idea, actually. Let's do like some sort of a digging monstrosity. Split this off. And I will close holes on that, just so that we have a solid piece to work from. This guy as well, close holes. Actually, just dynamesh that early. Fine. Rufus, yeah, right? Rufus, but, Eldritch Horror? Typical Wednesday night. Yeah, I'm feeling that. Feeling that. I'm fighting a headache today. Always something with me, you know? Always something. Regardless of a headache. Pretty relaxing regardless, so. I think this can come in, down like that, and then we'll get it more pulled out. I think these should be like real long, like ridiculously long, almost impossibly long for teeth. And then these guys can come in like that. Ooh, yeah. So like where it used to have eye sockets, it actually just has like these diggers now. Put that upwards. That out, pull it back, maybe? Nah. No, I'll just like give him like big cheeks, I think. Big cheeks that come outwards. What's the inspiration? Today I'm thinking something like a, you know, I was thinking of, as I was doing this, I kind of started thinking of like a naked mole rat and like the craziness that is the mouth of the naked mole rat. And now I'm kind of just going off of like a digger of some kind of a digging creature. So the mouth would actually come in like that. I highly recommend you check out like how the mouth of a naked mole rat functions. It's really, really cool. Really crazy. So these could actually function kind of like scoops, thinking. And they'd be more of like flaps. Have that come back down. Okay. Now I'm gonna give it body. Big old chunky body. Getting cheeky. Getting very cheeky. Do you know much about game character prop baking and retop? I'm not a game artist, but if you have a specific question, maybe I can help you, guide you to the, you know, maybe what you should be looking for if you need to look up something or specific artists. I'm not personally a game artist, so I don't have a ton of experience with that stuff. Actually thinking maybe peanut butter body. Just like a peanut buddy. Peanut buddy. Gonna be all nice and chonky. We're gonna do a big old chonky guy. Big old chunky. Ooh. Do I just like never hear that ever again? His actually, we're doing like a digging mole rat kind of thing. Maybe these front things kind of don't want it like that. Yeah, that would be better. A little less intrusive. We still want to go with that overall shape. I think then that means that these guys are going to be even longer, even bigger. Oh, yes. There we go. Okay, and then duplicate. And I'll mirror that on the z-axis. Oh, not his z-axis, my bad, y-axis. Go. Very nice. Beautiful teeth, mister. Belts, for example, should you delete the faces on the body side and kind of push the belt in slightly to not make it noticeable, or should I never have to have non-manifold meshes? I think, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna overall and say that, like, I don't know. But if I were working in a production that required me to have minimal topology, and the engine was fine with having one-sided meshes, your pipeline was fine with having the one-sided meshes, then I would say, yeah, you could just delete anything that's not visible. I know that in a lot of pipelines for games, I've heard other artists say that that's something that they do. If you're working in film and you kind of do that, it's a lot of engines don't really like it that much when it comes to the subdiv aspect of things. So I wouldn't do that if it were in film, and it wouldn't necessarily be like, well, it wouldn't be necessary either. But if you're tight on topology, then I would say that, yeah, just kind of shove it in there and delete what you don't see, as long as it's okay with your pipeline. Now, if you're working on like something like a cosmetic though, right? And that's going to be like removed, or you at any point are going to see the absolute back part of it, then I think the obvious answer is don't delete anything that eventually you will see in some regard, right? Or if for skinning purposes you might need the back part of it as well. Some rigging things come in clutch like that. I know Luke, who streams here, is also a game artist, so when he streams, maybe you can ask him what he would do. Hey, Count. You just got the Roofers reference? You didn't go into naked more. Oh, jeez. I miss the Kim Possible days, man. Simpler times. Coming home watching some Kim Possible. I like the idea of like making this kind of like mole ratty. Oop, dye mesh that way too high. Do lower would be good, thank you. Don't want this to be too defined because we're gonna do something a little bit more like of a chunky, very fat, thick boy. He ain't fat, he just chunky. Hey Farah, how are you doing? When I model a human face, do you use mirror modeling? Yeah, initially. Until things get a little bit further down the line. Once you're done your block out, then you can start going into asymmetry for specific features. You keep things too symmetrical with a human face, it looks off. A lot of the time you're gonna get like eyes that look like they are, you know, cross-eyed and things like that if you keep everything super symmetrical. So nobody has like a super symmetrical face. Everybody's got like some weird like, you know, tilts and maybe an eye that's bigger than the other one, etc. Just the way that it is. And usually your body does favor one side over the other as well, which is kind of an interesting thing. I mean, like, you know, your right side or your left side will be always bigger than the other side. Just be like that. Completely normal and natural thing. Hi, Leonard. Yeah, I announced everything pretty late, so it's all good, man. Hi, Witsa, how are you doing? How do you get smooth strokes? What do you mean? I'm not getting any smooth strokes here. These are all dirty. Do you mean, like, you don't want any of, like, these lines coming through? You could always use standard. If you use standard, you're not going to have any of those lines. Everything will be very like straightforward. But I like using clay buildup, so clay buildup is not like smooth or anything like that. I like the dirtiness of it, especially just starting out. It I don't know, it kind of makes things feel more sketchy initially. It doesn't give me that feeling of like everything has to be perfect right off the bat. Actually, yeah, that would work. I'm gonna do another sphere here. Work with its back part. Okay. Not further. Have like tinier back legs though, for sure. I think we're gonna get all of that. Whoops. Get that here. That down. Okay. Now, start working on the bellification. The big old squishy belly. He looks like he's diving. Whoosh. Woo! He's like a sci-fi ship in a busy city, but in the sky. That's what he looks like. Oh yeah, I would consider these less about modeling so much as just like sculpting and sketching. Others go through like the full process, but in the videos that I do, like these streams, they are usually strictly like just the sculpting and like artistic side of everything rather than anything super technical. Yeah, this is going to be much more streamlined. The way that, like, if it's digging through a bunch of dirt, I wouldn't want it to get stuck on all of this stuff. It would need to kind of move backwards behind it. So there can't be like a bunch of this head, like it needs to be kind of streamlined. If it's gonna be like a mole rat, it needs to be pretty well streamlined. Okay, so I can actually split this guy off and just do a strength in there just so that I can see where the mask is, and then I'll split that. Now that's a separate thing, so I can do a close hole on it, close hole on this one, and then let's give this a little that. But I still want it to look like it's kind of got some, I guess, scaling on it, but it's got to be like really like flushed so that the dirt doesn't get all in there when he's chewing through that dirt stuff. Or he's just bowing to you. True. He kind of looks like he's either bowing or diving, or he's flying around as a sci-fi ship. Got like the little hooked chicken legs. Is there a specific reason why I sculpt in this position? This is 100% just because it's symmetrical right now. If, let's say, this concept got approved and it needed to go into production, I would work with the rigger specifically, like whoever's rigging it, and ask them what they would prefer. every rigger is different. There are standards to things like humans, T-posing, right? But when it comes to creatures, things can be a little bit more nuanced than just like, oh, T-pose the creature, you know what I mean? T-posing a creature can mean a lot of different things, so you need to work with who's rigging it to figure out exactly what that's gonna look like. And I got like a frog thing going on too, which I'm gonna play into that because I am not mad at it. Here, I'm gonna actually take this entire guy right here, this sleepy sloth looking dude. I'm gonna scale him down a bit. I can work with this a little bit easier. Got them grenouille. But I will keep it more like I guess sort of like back paddles, also for like getting dirt out of the way. That's what I think this will be more of like that. Because again, if we're doing like a digger, then we want everything to kind of be in that realm. So yeah, it's got like the frog thing, but Convergence Evolution says it is possible for the weird to exist. Hey Inarde, how are you doing? Hi Artsy. So yeah, exactly what with what Ducko said. It's kind of like it's some sort of a digging creature, but we're getting like elements of sloth, of mole rat, of frog all in this, so we'll see what it turns into. But I'm keeping the overall idea of it being a creature that needs to dig and stay relatively not aerodynamic, but that idea where it can get through dirt, it can like push it over top of itself. I like the idea of it actually not having a neck. Let me play with that for a second. Yep, I think it's not gonna have a neck. This guy is just gonna be a big ol' lard. No neck for you. Just dirt. Only dirt. Okay, I'm gonna take this, I think, and merge it into one now. Where's your head? Okay, merge down. And I'm gonna give this a little Dynamesh. Go. Now we can start. Actually, I'm gonna do a bigger Damien Standard, lower Z intensity, and then I can start getting like bigger, more fluffier kind of shapes when it comes to creating like these lumps and fat rolls. Okay, I'll indicate his spine right here. Down a bit. You want to pull that out? Oh yeah, here we go. More out. And this will be more of like this rib cage area. This will come up and on top. We'll have like shoulder blade area here. Throw that in here. Shoulder blade area, top and on top. Yes. Have that stick out sideways more. And then this can be like a sack. I'm just gonna do a lot of sack stuff with this guy. Lots of sacks. Naked sack rat. Dirt dynamic, yes. Terra dynamic. Terra dynamic, I like that. Hey Caleb, how are you doing? How's it going? And I'm actually going to have all of this kind of like inwards. I think that might actually look kind of freaky. Like an extended sacrum kind of thing. Might be kind of neat. So, you know what's really nuts? Is as a freelance artist, right? You end up taking like month-long breaks sometimes just because like work, maybe you work really hard for 5 months with like multiple contracts and then all of a sudden like there's nothing and then you're like not working for a month. That kind of happened to me recently and now work is starting up again for me. And I'm just like, ooh. It's a little whiplashy, you know? Like going from like absolutely nothing to all of a sudden like you're just like thrown into it again. Oh, freelance life, man. With great freedom does come with great whiplash. Incredible whiplash. And so much anxiety. I'm not gonna lie, being freelance, I have not had so much anxiety before. The one thing about working in the studio, I think, is, yeah, okay, you could say like the collaboration and everything, but then you also don't have to worry about anything that comes with being self-employed. There's like so many stresses of being self-employed, including tax season. It's like kind of obnoxious. When you have a contract, is it mostly the studios coming to you to ask for a project, or do you propose your work to them, as in which way does it usually go? For me, studios come to me, and usually people who I've worked with before will recommend me if they move, or if like another studio that maybe they're working with needs somebody else. So it's sort of like a word of mouth thing. I've heard people have a lot of luck posting their stuff on LinkedIn. I only ever get spam from LinkedIn. Like, I don't get anything from LinkedIn personally, but I've heard that some people have a lot of luck with it. So maybe if you were to post on LinkedIn, the same thing would happen. And I've also heard that some people reach out to, different studios just saying like, hi, I'm a freelancer. If you ever need anything freelance related, like, feel free to come and talk to me or whatever. And I'm sure that that would be good, because then you can just be on people's like radars essentially. Might be worth doing. It's a lot of effort though, for like a not guaranteed it's not guaranteed if you were to do something like that. But if you're just kind of like doing your own thing, where is this ball? Oh, it's all the way over there. Okay. If you're kind of doing your own thing and posting your stuff as you get it done, you might have better luck than like constantly sending stuff out to studios, but I'm not 100% sure when it comes to that kind of stuff. So if you know anybody who's had success that way, that's good. That's awesome. Yeah, even LinkedIn can work. You gotta be posting. From what I heard from other people, again, like, I only get spam from it. But I also don't post my artwork to LinkedIn, and I don't get it like shared around or anything like that. And I'm not like actively looking for producers and HR people to add to my circle or anything like that. Like, my LinkedIn is like dead. It's outdated, everything. Like, I just whatever. But if you're updating it and you're posting your art to LinkedIn and doing it during office hours when people are super bored and on their phones anyways, then you're going to get more traction, and your artwork at that specific moment might come across somebody's feed who is looking for somebody who needs, who your artwork meets the needs of, you know what I mean? Like, you might get lucky like that. So I think that's where a lot of the jobs come from. And then obviously making sure that your visible resume is up to date and has like all of the experience that you've previously done. Even if you're like, you know, just in school, like, what exactly do you do with your pieces? So if you haven't had work experience before, if you're putting stuff down, you know, you're posting your artwork or whatever on LinkedIn specifically, it's different than posting your artwork on, let's say, Twitter or Facebook or whatever, because you're doing it in a professional sense. So what you can do is actually put down like what softwares and like a little mini breakdown of your process of getting to your final like thing, because then it kind of offers itself as like a mini resume, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't have a ton of experience and you're a junior, maybe doing stuff like that might help. Yeah, I'm not a LinkedIn fan personally. I just get spam email from it all the time. But it probably does help. Like I've heard a lot of other people have success with it, so it's worth trying and posting your artwork there, in my opinion, if you haven't already and you're looking for work. A platypus, agent Phineas and Ferb. I don't. It's kind of like a frog sloth, naked mole rat. I was about to say roll mat. I'm sorry. I mentioned that I was going through a headache. I usually have speech weirdness when I have like my headaches. So I'm gonna be talking a little bit weird today. I apologize. Don't see my ArtStation link. All my socials are right here. So if you were to look up A_cubed on ArtStation, you'll find it. You're not even sure why you post stuff to ArtStation? You're not even looking for work, but it's fun to get it out there just to see how people react? Yeah, like, I mean, it's also nice to just have a place where all your stuff that you've posted is just like, it's right there. That's why I like ArtStation. It's not necessarily for like likes or follows or anything like that. I'm never asking people for that kind of stuff, but it's nice to just like have, like, I like ArtStation because it is that sort of portfolio where it's not like wits and random stuff. It's just like, here's a piece and you can see all of the finished pieces like right here in front of your face. Instagram is a little bit weird and it's not, in my opinion, not artist friendly, but you can reach a sort of like wider audience that maybe you wouldn't have reached otherwise with your art, if that's something you're looking to do. I kind of just post there because some people use Instagram, but they don't use other things. Social media, I'm starting to be like really like with it. Maybe it comes with age. So if you do an auto group on stuff that maybe you have in the same poly group, and you wanted to mirror the groups over, you can do that with Mirror and Weld. Mirror and Weld will actually mirror over like any auto group. So like say I auto group, and now these ones, like if I were to mask by poly groups and I moved only like one of them, you can see it only affects one side because you know, the poly groups are not the same on both. But if you were to mirror and weld and then you can do that, it affects both because now both are the same poly group. So just keep that in mind if you're auto grouping things and you're also looking to mirror stuff and moving things specifically for each poly group, and you're masking things this way as well. Posting on ArtStation, a project you've been working on for a long time, and getting 3 to 4 likes is always so cool. I understand that. I really, like, I 100% understand that, but the more of that you do and the more you realize that this, like, audiences are super, super fickle, the more you can just kind of shrug it off and be like, yeah, well, I enjoyed doing that, and then also the people who did see it that do matter, like, that's what really counts. But I understand wanting to be recognized, like wanting your artwork that you spend a lot of time on to be recognized specifically. That's it's not really something that you can choose, right? Like you're at the whim of algorithms, you're at the whim of when are people awake and looking at their phones. You're at the whim of even like what people deem as like cool or not, right? And that's very subjective, so just don't take it personal if you don't get a whole bunch of likes. It doesn't really mean anything a lot of the time anyways. Subject matter is like a huge one. People are like I think when it comes to like interests and things that people will like, you know? It always comes down to what intersects with everybody's life. Most people can agree. Cute animals, pretty easy to like. Beautiful women, pretty easy to like. You know, like, these are all, like, you just gotta kind of think that way, where it's just like a grotesque monster, for example. You could have worked like 3 months straight on this one grotesque monster sculpt, but like the average person is not gonna look at your grotesque monster and be like, oh my gosh, this is the best thing I've ever seen, next to like a cute puppy that you maybe sketched really quickly. It's like art is very much about like how much the person looking at it can relate to it as well, right? And so you get like niches, and depending on how niche your artwork is also going to play into part of like how quickly you will get noticed for certain things. Hey Jack, how are you doing? Oh, the good thumbnail, yeah. I mean, if you're looking for that kind, I don't know. I don't like playing the social media game. I actually hate it, personally. I think it's like for me anyways, it was very like detrimental to how I was thinking about artwork and the relationship that I had with my own work that I was doing. So I'm not like posting like constantly or anything like that. I don't think that that's really like that healthy. And you can get by without constantly posting things too. Like, as long as you're posting quality when you do post and stuff that you really like, you'll find the work that you need with patience. No. I don't want to like chunk this up more, but yeah, and then this side part, I'll kind of like have that as something he rests on, like a big callus. Maybe these actually need to come downwards. I think that might actually, yeah, needs to come down. Okay. Hello? Yeah, there's a lot in getting noticed that comes down to luck and timing, you know, and you can increase your odds obviously by being more proactive. So, you know, somebody who's just kind of like posting whenever, they can get lucky just as much as somebody who's posting like crazy could get lucky, but the person that's posting a lot might get lucky faster because they're increasing their odds by posting more. Again, like, you're at the whim of the algorithm, so. Oh no, this one's not Elden Ring inspired, but if it looks like it's from Elden Ring, I mean, like, to be honest, everything that I do, people tend to say, and have been saying for years, that it belongs in a Souls game, and I only really understood what that meant recently, so. because I only started playing Elden Ring. I never played any of the other From games, so I get it now. I do. Not very far in Elden Ring, though. I only got to the magic area, which I'm not going to do any like spoilers, but only in the magic area, and certain things are kicking my booty. If I had to deal with hand pain issues, no. I hold my stylus incredibly lightly, like very lightly. Like I can do this, like that's how light I hold it. I don't grip hard at all. I don't even have a callus. My fingers have no calluses on them because I don't push or grip. But I have had to deal with shoulder issues. I ruptured, I can't remember what it was called. I'm having recall issues right now, but I've ruptured some muscles inside the tendons inside of my shoulder, and I had to go to physio for a few months for that, and I still occasionally have problems with it, and it's very like cracky. So I do specific like exercises every day to help combat that. I have resistance bands that I use to strengthen my scapula so that I don't have the same problems as I'm working, because one of the big issues is posture, and if you're not doing any weight or strength training, then you're actually going to end up with really reduced muscle mass, and if you have reduced muscle mass, you're likely to just hurt yourself doing everyday things. Repetitive motions that might seem like they're not doing anything are putting a lot of strain on muscles that aren't capable of handling them. So just doing this with your arm, like little tiny movements for hours on end, will actually end up really hurting you. So it's important to do even just like a minimum amount of strength training for your back and your shoulders as an artist. If you do have hand pain, perhaps it would help if you get a thicker, like I've heard for hand pain, getting like something to put on your stylus so that you can hold it lighter because it's bigger will actually help you a lot. And then specific exercises as well, you know, if you're having like wrist pain or anything like that, making sure to like stop and do like, you know, stretches like this, you know, likewise on the opposite side, right? And then overall shaking out, very important. And the best one is to just walk away from your computer for a little bit. You're not with the raid? Which raid? The atrocity of working in a chair and graphic tablet for hours. Yeah, people don't actually realize art is labor intensive. You were listening to another raid audio? Okay. Okay. Have you ever used the cloth brush in a different way, like on skin? Yeah, so the cloth brushes are all just modifications of, they're all just modifications of the brushes that are already in ZBrush. They all just usually have the elasticity applied to them, so there is, and dynamics as well if you have your cloth dynamics enabled here, right? So yeah, you can use them on skin for wrinkles and things like that, or you can use them with creatures if you want to experiment with different like looks. Maybe the brush performs in a way that is like really fun for you. Go ahead. A sloth, platypus, frog, mole rat thing. I actually have no idea what you were trying to joke about, so I'm sorry. Maybe I was the one that ruined it. You want to actually? Do you guys? I want to show you what a naked mole rat's mouth looks like. It's actually kind of crazy. Like that's what I'm doing here. Hold up. I want to see if I can find the naked mole rat mouth. Let me see. They're so... I love naked mole rats so much, dude. Look at this. So, like, you can see right there, this is... Its teeth are actually outside of its lips. Its lips are on the inside, which is really, really cool. Because, like, this part, it closes completely, right? Like this. It closes fully so it doesn't get dirt in there. And its teeth are on the outside of its lips. I love them. They're so cute. And then this is, I guess, like with it open. Like, you can see the lips open. Look at how cute that is. Aww. So adorable. Scary. So yeah. Adorable until it's 10 times bigger than you. That's true. That's very true. Don't think I would like to see a giant naked mole rat. Be pretty concerning, actually. The King Possible Rat, yeah. Rufus. They're so cute though. There's like something like super adorable about them. When you're working with like fats and things like that are just kind of like touching upon each other, it's nice to make sure that you're doing it in a way that kind of makes sense. Like you're not just shoving like you're not just kind of being like, this is fat, you know, and it's like kind of overlapping or intersecting. You have it kind of like looking like it's resting, and there's like this volume buildup that's being pushed by the surrounding shapes and forms as well. You don't want things to just like intersect and just be like an overall, oh, here's just an inflate there, now it's like a fat, because making it realistic and making it feel like gravity is there is also looking at where the highlights are placed and having it kind of like have this soft gradient rather than a intersect where it looks like that. And the soft gradient makes it look more like fleshy, like it's actually intersecting with the geometry around it. Hi Howard, how are you doing? Oh, Noob, don't worry about it, you're fine, you're totally fine. I'm kind of thinking I'll put this stuff over top, and all of this will be reaching back up. So all of this is like fat up here, like a fattier kind of idea. And then it gets a little less, more like skin stretchy back here. Ooh, top heavy. Big ol' chunky chunk. He's so chunky. I don't want this front face area actually to be bigger. I'm gonna try that. Oops, sorry. Scraping my hand across the screen. I don't know if you heard that. It's Annabelle, thank you. So you're a fan of them naked mole rats too. Oh, you know what? I just saw today that ZBrush is doing something kind of cool. They're doing something, I think, to promote the idea of putting things on ZBrush Central, so you can post like your sculpts and stuff to ZBrush Central, because they're starting to do a weekly stream where they choose something from ZBrush Central that's like, I think on, like if it's decided to be on the top row, they will invite the artist to do like this weekly stream here on ZBrush Live, and then they'll do like an image breakdown with them. It's going to be Paul Gavery and whoever the artist is of the week. So might be worth it to start posting your stuff to ZBrush Central and getting it, looking to try to get that top row, because then, you know, you'll get like a whole feature here and everything like that. You get to talk about your work and stuff, potentially. Maybe. Looks like a sloth mole rat hybrid. Yeah, that's pretty much like what's going on here. Sloth mole rat frog hybrid thing. Just doing some random creature design. Emphasis on the chonkiness. Sometimes it's fun to just sculpt the chonky, you know? I just want to poke it. I want to poke its fat lumps. An orangutan, yeah, it's got a whole bunch of everything in it right now. I can see the orangutan though, for sure. You guys ever get told that if you touched a toad, you know, like those great the brown toads in your backyards, if you're North American, like the brown toads, if you touched them, that, you know, you would die of poisoning? There's a lot of things that I was told were poisonous when I was a kid that aren't actually, like, gonna kill you. So not very many things in North America that are, like, brutal like that. Dissecting a frog in high school? Yes, right? Yeah, it's got the chonkiness right here. I actually kind of want to push the side bits more, or maybe make these legs like a bit more chunky as well. Or warts, yeah, like you'd get, yeah, it was either you'll get warts if you touch them and then your hand will turn into like this warty like witch hand, or you're gonna get like die of poisoning. That's what I was told all the time. Both are false. Just because like the toads had just because the toads had because the toads have like lumps doesn't mean you gotta be scared of them like that. I just remember pulling out a lot of toads from the pool and saving them when I was a kid. Where to retopology a model with over 10 million vertex? So you can, if you're having like issues with poly count and like bringing that into like Maya or something like that, you can take whatever it is that you're working on, go into Z plugin, and then go down into decimation master right here. And this is the percent of decimation, okay? So leaving it at 20%, let's say you had 100K, you know, your specific subtool was 100K, or actually 1 million, for example. Like, let's say your subtool was 1 million and you wanted it to be less polygons so that you can retopologize it in another program. You can, at 20%, it will take that 1 million down to around 200,000. So what you got to do is you got to pre-process the current subtool that you have, select your percentage of decimation, and then you will decimate current. You could do this with like by pre-processing all and then decimating all if you want as well. But essentially that's going to try to retain as much information as possible and lower the resolution to a point where then you can bring it into whatever program you need and retopologize on top of that for clean topology. Decimation will not give you clean topology. It will just give you a lower resolution sculpt that you can then work on top of that isn't like crazy high and bogging down your PC. This music playlist is Pretzel Rocks. It's the chill EDM playlist. It's my own concept. Yep, just chilling, doing some creature work as it do be. Nothing in particular. Grab these guys here. Semi-aquatic mole. It's something. I guess it could be semi-aquatic. We could like make sure that this thing has more web in it. Right? In between all of like these toes, it'll have like a lot of toes. And I would imagine that it would fan out as well. Sir. Okay, let me just do an auto group. Weld. Go. There to deal with. Always keep in mind when you're doing anything like nail related to always have the nail coming out of where the end of the finger bone is. Like you want it to attach to some kind of a bone structure underneath. You don't want the nail to kind of like be going this way and then, you know, it intersects like, let's say like this, right? Because that means that the nail is like going like that off of the bone, which is technically right here. So you don't want that sort of a feeling. If you want like the solidity to solidify your concept, you know, your creature, make it seem like it's feasible anatomy, even if it's like completely made up nonsense like what I'm doing. Like, the trick all comes down to like making things feel solid or not. Oops. You're making an ice queen? Like, I won't say it. Okay, I'll say it. Frozen? Toads are a reservoir for salmonella? I guess, yeah, if you're putting them in your mouth. I can understand that. I mean, why would you... I guess, yeah, like when you're... Fair enough. Like if you're gonna tell a kid anything to scare them into not putting something in your mouth, you tell them that if they do that, they will die, or like something scarier to a kid that might not understand the concept of death yet, you might just say, you see that, you know, vegetable you didn't like earlier, the broccolis? Yeah, if you put the feathers of the seagulls in your mouth, you will turn into a broccoli. And then the kid will cry and probably never touch a seagull feather ever again. But what it's like to sculpt your own concept. You're 99% blank and 1% what you think is complex concept that you can't sculpt, like a nut bolt. I mean, the big thing is to just get in and start doing it, right? Like, you won't know if you like the concept that you're thinking of unless you start doing it. And you won't know if you're able to do it or not. And if you're not able to do it, work up to it. You just kind of keep working at it over and over again. You don't understand how you do those details with so little geometry. You know it's a matter of how big the model is, but you still don't understand the measurements and where to see them on ZBrush. Is really difficult to work knowing that only maybe it's too big or too small. The way that I gauge if something is too big in the document, because like the scale is kind of like weird in ZBrush, like you said, the way that I gauge if it works or not is first of all, when I start with a sphere and I've messed around and made my shape, I will do a Dynamesh at like the base resolution, which is usually 128. If that is too much, like if it goes to like 2 million, then I will undo and I'll half it or whatever I want to try out, and just kind of keep repeating that process until I have a level that I'm happy with to kind of work with on top of that. Have I seen the Kenobi trailer? No, I didn't. Did that come out today? I saw people saying I saw a lot of Kenobi tweets, like Obi-Wan tweets, and I didn't really know what was going on. I didn't see anything, so. Hey, Lee. Yeah, it did. I'll check it out later. The icicles and ice shapes in Frozen Lava will go into your crown's design. You have a sort of skull face carved out of an ice on top of it too. That's cool. That's sick. That sounds neat. Incorporating environment stuff into the character designs that you're working on is really cool. It's good character design. Oh, yeah, it does. The 3D mice. Man, I'm still not on that boat. But if you have a 3D mouse, I guess, kudos to you. You got that. You got that. Alright, let's do a little bit higher resolution. Save real quick. I haven't saved this yet. We're already an hour in. Woo! So bright! I'm glowing! Hold on. Happens all the time when I'm doing a initial save. Here we go. Hold on one sec. Let me get that working again. Ah, come back! There we go. I had to minimize and come back. All right. I started watching Vox Machina, it's not really my thing, but it is really well done in general. So if you like the Critical Role stuff, definitely check out Vox Machina. Chilling Frog, I have no idea what you said. No clue. Hi Mib, how are you doing? Nice, Reaper. Yeah, you've got the mouse. You're liking that mouse? I think it might be a little bit higher resolution. Oop, too high. Also, the Swiss cheese, I'll show you how to fix in a second. If it does it again. No, it doesn't do it again. If you get the Swiss cheese, like I just said, just go into Geometry, Mesh Integrity, Fix Mesh, and then re-Dynamesh, and it should fix it for you. Oops. Some kind of like a digging mole rat kind of like creature. Not entirely sure, as we're never really 100% sure when we do this stuff. Oops. Let's do that. I'm gonna do an AccuCurve to kind of get a sharpness to it's getting like a sharp point to the moving that I'm doing. Oh, I've got mask by polygroup on, that's why that was happening. Okay. Sure to vary this up so it's not like two rolls, fat rolls of the same size. My intention . Sometimes for fat, it's good to take a an inflate brush, but then turn the turn the intensity down and just tap on areas to try and get like a good feeling of fatness. You don't need to go crazy with the inflate brush. I'm sorry I'm not super talkative tonight. Last few streams have been kind of like chilled out, huh? If you have any questions though, feel free to ask. I'm gonna take a break in like 10 minutes to go to the bathroom. What exercises do you recommend besides taking references and trying to reproduce a particular animal in general? If it's for getting, like, I don't know, I guess it's just like sculpting in general, I would say doing your anatomy studies is really nice. I like practicing without reference though, after doing a lot of studies for something, because it kind of like hammers home your brain's ability to connect the dots. That's not really something that you learn by just referencing and replicating, right? Like you need to actively try to access that creative part of your brain. And so doing, I guess, what I was showing you at the very beginning of the stream, where you just kind of like make random shapes and try to find something within that, is a fun exercise to do. This doesn't mean that it's got to be like your final thing either. It doesn't need to be something that's for production or anything, but just to practice sketching is really, really fun. And wrapping in the question about 2D or traditional before sculpting, yes, I did. I'm a 2D artist first, 3D artist second. And it's the same practice in 2D as well. Like if you're stuck on anything, it's kind of fun to draw a random shape on the page and then try and fill it in with something. You know, it could be like a whole creature you could fit inside of that shape, or use that shape as part of something bigger or whatever. But that's also a really fun exercise to get the creative brain going. So bringing that into 3D is kind of the same thing as taking like a shape, making like a random, or a sphere and making a random shape out of it, and just kind of seeing like what you can see within that as you sculpt on top of it. And this is what we've got from that today. So you can kind of do the same thing when you're sketching. But keep in mind, like if it's messy, you know, you're gonna have to clean it up for production afterwards or anything like that. It's not really meant for a production pipeline per se. It's meant for sketching, quick iterating, having fun, practicing creativity, those kinds of things. Yeah, Brian. It's you just it's a sculpting software. So if you've ever done any kind of sculpting, if you've ever done any kind of sculpting, you know, traditionally, it's sort of in that realm, right? You can polymodel inside of ZBrush though. Like you can use Z modeler and polymodel if you wanted to, just like you would polymodel in Maya. The controls of everything it's a little different though. Requires some getting used to, but it is feasible. And for smaller things, I usually do that instead of like going to another program. Do I do tutorials often? If I need a very specific thing, then I'll do a tutorial. I don't just rapid fire tutorials because I don't retain information very well that way. I'm very like hands-on. I need it to be for very specific things that I'm working on. So if I were doing this guy, for example, right? And for whatever reason, I didn't know how to break things into parts, and I wanted to learn that. Like, let's say I was working on this and I was just like, God, you know, it would be easier to do this, I think, if things were broken into parts. Well, there you go. Now you have something that you can search up very specifically that will help you with the current task that you're doing, and you're doing like a little tutorial with it along the way. That's usually how I like to learn. Sitting down and just doing like entire like step A to Z in the pipeline tutorials are really like overwhelming for me, and I get distracted really easily. It's hard for me to focus on that. So I like to actually put myself in the program, mess around a lot first, and think about things as they come up that I might need, and then I'll look for that and build upon my knowledge that way rather than overwhelming myself all at one go. When you're first starting out in 3D though, I might recommend that you look at an overall tutorial pipeline, overall pipeline tutorial, just so you get the idea of what it is that you're jumping into. You start learning keywords, phrases that you're gonna need when you're searching things up. But don't feel pressured that you need to know every single thing in every single program right off the bat. Just do little steps here and there and get yourself like hands-on with it, instead of just watching. Because if you're getting yourself hands-on, you're creating a connection in your brain that's a lot stronger than just watching something. Well, exactly, Knight. Yeah, exactly that. Oh yeah, nice. That's awesome. Just take your time with it, you know. Focus on the stuff that you like to do within it. And just know that you don't need to learn everything all at once. Okay, so you see this Swiss cheese that happens, like the cheesecloth kind of thing? Go down to geometry, fix mesh, and now you can redo that again. It's because like there's some kind of crazy topology that's happening that ZBrush just does not like, and so when you fix mesh, it will get rid of anything like non-manifold and shared points, etc. So then you can just kind of try it again. Usually that works. Thanks, Night. Yeah, I am usually live on Wednesdays at 6 to 10 p.m. EST here. I have not been on my own channel, but I do hang out here on Wednesdays. If I go live on my own channel, it's like usually really random. I'll just kind of like announce it on one of my socials. Did I take a course just to learn ZBrush, or did you take other courses on Photoshop and then as a 2D artist you moved on to modeling in 3D? So I've been drawing since I could hold a pencil. I went to a high school that was very specifically for art, so I was allowed to take all of my electives off. I didn't do any electives. It was just studio time. So we were allowed to experiment with paint. We were allowed to really just like kind of work through different concepts and different mediums and just like try a bunch of things. And that's like what my high school was. And like, you know, fine arts and things like that. And then graduating, I went to college for 2D animation. So I was like, maybe I want to be an animator, I don't know. And I was doing a lot of like drawn animation, both digitally and on paper, but it was all like 2D. The 3D aspect of everything came in when my partner Eric, he was in school with me and he was taking a ZBrush course specifically, and I was like, hey, that looks pretty cool. And then it was a monkey see, monkey do situation where after I was done my schoolwork, or perhaps I would just brush aside my schoolwork and just doodle around in ZBrush, but I wasn't like taking any courses or anything like that for it. I was just getting my hands in there and getting dirty. And that's sort of like where I learned best, is just kind of getting in and getting my hands on things rather than sitting and listening to lectures or anything like that. I have a hard time sitting through lectures if it's not something that I'm absolutely 100% like super focused on and super into. It's really hard for me to pay attention to things and absorb information that way. So even 3D modeling, it was a lot of like doing that on my own time and kind of figuring it out and Googling things as they came up and learning that way. So I didn't really have any like specific like mentorship. There was a teacher at my school at the time. He was part-time and he worked in the VFX industry, and occasionally he would help me out by like looking at my portfolio or something like that, and kind of like guiding me like, oh, you want to work in games, then this is what you have to do. So he would be telling me what I had to do, and I would kind of like try and figure it out like at home after the fact. But it wasn't like the courses I was taking were specifically 3D related or anything like that. So it is possible, if that's the way that your brain works, to like, you know, get through that way as well. But there's a lot of like mentorships now that you can take online. Like just like look at any of the ZBrush streamers. A lot of them have some kind of mentorship or some kind of tutorial available online to help you. And we've even got like these, you know, these live sessions to help answer any questions if you have them, or direct you if you need to be directed to certain resources. And it's very, very useful. Do I 3D print these? I don't have a 3D printer. I think my place is too small for that. I think I would just like gas myself with fumes. Like, it's like the only place that I have for a 3D printer right now is the same, like, is this room, and my dog is in here all the time, and I don't want him exposed to that, you know? Like, it just doesn't feel right. This is where my dog sleeps and everything, so, like, I don't want to, yeah. How is the pupper? I will show you the pupper after I take a break. I think I should take a break, actually, and go to the bathroom so I don't hurt myself by not going to the bathroom. TMI, sorry. Let me get this guy. Whoosh. Okay. Save. Alright, I'm gonna go and take a quick break. Actually, let me answer these first. Yeah, the fumes are a no-go for me. People are saying, like, there's certain materials that you can buy that are less, like, horrendous to deal with, but at the same time, like, any fumes to me are bad. Like, that's also why I don't oil paint. Oil painting fumes are incredibly cancerous, like getting that on your skin. Cadmium colors on your skin cause cancer. I mean, that's why a lot of oil painters die early, unfortunately, is because like there's so much harmful material in pure colors that it's a no-go for me. So like any kind of like that I just yeah. Oh well. All right, I'll see you, Bobbles. What's my YouTube? I don't really have any like start to finish stuff as of recent. There's like a couple of videos on my YouTube that were when I like my first year in the industry kind of thing, like many years ago. It was they're okay, but they're just time lapses. They're not really in depth or anything like that. But you can, I don't know. But if you find my YouTube, then you can see them, but there's nothing there really, and I don't upload that often. Anyways, I'm gonna put a BRB and I'll be back in like less than 5 minutes, okay? I will be back. Plenty. Hey, I'm back, and I have Pupper. It's funny, like every single time he knows that it's time to go on the stream, he comes into the room and then he goes into belly mode. He shows his belly. I don't know if you guys can see it behind, but he goes on his back and he goes like, no, you know what would be better is if you just rub my belly instead. How about you get belly rubs while you say hi to stream? He always knows what time it is. He's very well aware. He loves rituals. Anything that's scheduled that he's like, yes, I know exactly what's happening right now, he makes him happy. If he doesn't know what's going on, if he can't tell, stress, anxiety. That's relatable. You like it? You like the weird frog thing that I'm making? He's got legs like yours. See that? Look. Yeah, look at that. Alright. Anyways, put him on the ground now. Wait. Brian, yeah, he's a good boy. He's anxious. PM. Yeah, usual freestyle. Doing some mole rat, frog, sloth, platypus, whatever the frig this is. He's a digger. He digs. I'm just chilling, you know? I'm in like a... Well, I mean, people who watch me do stuff know that I'm usually not like hyper mellow like this, but when I'm fighting a headache, which don't worry, it doesn't hurt, I have problems with recall and speech, so things are very chilled out. Not the first time, though. Chronic headache, people will understand. Yeah, words are always very hard. Yes, Monty is a corgi. Monty is a full corgi, actually. It's kind of funny because people are like, oh, what's he mixed with? Nothing. Mom ran out of printer ink. How are you doing, Angelus, by the way? Welcome. Didn't say hi like that. Didn't greet you. I apologize for my rudeness. Such a rude streamer. You finished Elden Ring. How did you finish Elden Ring? Maybe it's my problem. Maybe it's because I like full clear everything. I'm so slow, dude. Like, I get through open world games at the pace of a snail with its slime cut off. A Geiger frog. Kinda, yeah. A little bit. But also mole rat. It's a digger. A digging frog. mole rat. I don't know. $80 hours? Okay, hold on. How many hours? I gotta open Steam. No. You're saying no lifed it for 80 hours, but like, let me tell you. Let's see. I have 50 hours in it, and I am still in the lakes. And the horrible red area. But I'm like full clearing. I'm doing everything I possibly can. If somebody said something, or if I found a note that said something even remotely resembling like a dungeon somewhere, I'm like, I gotta go and find it. I have to go and find it and do it 100%. So I feel like this 50 hours is actually gonna be 200 by the time I'm done my first playthrough. The horrible red area, dude. I got to the horrible red area through, like, I got teleported there. Through those horrible, what were the crystal cave or something? I don't want to spoil anything. I'm not gonna say name locations or bosses or anything, but why do chests have to teleport you sometimes? I was doing good. I was happy. And suddenly, centipedes. Like, oh man. It sucks to get teleported. I put messages down. Like, I'm like one of those people, right? Because it sucked bad for me the first time that I was getting through, because I was pretty, like, really early in the game when I got teleported. Like, I was probably level not even 20, and I was just teleported to that god-awful place. I didn't even know at that point about, like, upgrading my weapons or anything like that. I was like, what is going on? What is happening? I was screaming as soon as I got into the red area. I was just like screeching. I was like running everywhere. And I made it a point that the second I realized, oh, I can teleport back finally, I went back to the same location, put a message down just being like, don't do it. Like I said, like, be wary trap or some thing. I don't know. Please. Surprisingly, though, it's not my most appraised message. My most appraised message was, you care to know? My most appraised message is that, you know how, like, you're wandering around and then you see random dead dudes in chairs just staring off into the coastline or something like that in remote locations. They're just in chairs, like, dead, like, with an item on them. My most appraised one is I emoted failure into his lap. And I said, but first, you can guess the rest. It's very good. It's very nice. There's, like, also, like, burnt corpses in some of these, like, boss rooms. I go up and I say, off for pickle. And I just randomly, as I'm running around, as I run around, literally as I'm running around, I'm just like, ooh, my health is regenerating. Oh, it's so lovely. Oh, I love this game. It's so stupid. Like, in the best way. I'm sure other people do that. There's limited things that you could say in the game. I'm sure you didn't see my specific pickle message. But yes, I do enjoy placing a good pickle message. Anyways, try finger butthole. Okay. Okay, sorry. Serious professional stream, my bad. No laughing. It was a burnt pie. Oh no, maybe you did see it. Did it have me emoting, or did it have an emote with the message going like down onto this? Anyways. Want a Dark Souls message right in front of my gravestone? I bet a bunch of people want that at this point. I feel like that will be a trend in 50 years from now. Like 40 to 50 years, you'll start seeing that kind of trend happening because everybody will have it in their wills. Will I be making a rig for this? No. This is just a sculpt for fun. See, now you guys have me wanting to just end stream and go and play. How dare you? All I want to do is play Elden Ring. Do you guys remember the, what was it? The trailer? My brother and I laugh about this a lot, like while we're playing. The trailer for Elden Ring in 2019 was just like the guy he ended up saying like, Elden Ring. We just repeat that over and over again. It's time to play Elden Ring. Yes, it's Elden Ring. Hey, Mark. Yeah, every single Wednesday I'll be here, so. Able to see me again next week. And the week after. And the week after. Oh my god, Reaper. No, I have not, because I don't have a PlayStation 5. I am not one of the elite, so to speak, who have a PlayStation 5. Yeah. Yeah, he's a very chonky boy. Any specific thoughts that I have when figuring out details versus rest space? So it's more of an intuition at this point, but if I were to talk about it more, it kind of comes down to an overall like breakup. You can think of it as, here, let's do it like this. You can think of it kind of like in thirds. You can obviously take that and make it as like much as you want, thirds, or you know, you can change that to eighths or whatever. But let's just say, for example, I were to cut something like, you know, in 3 parts like this, it kind of feels a little bit boring in comparison to, let's say I were to cut things up more like, okay, here's a thing, here's a bigger chunk, and then here's a small chunk again, and then here's like a bigger chunk. And then within that, you can decide, okay, does this maybe this is super busy, right? Like it's got lots of lines going on here. Maybe this is a rest. Maybe we got more lines, but like also little bits of rest within here. And then lots of busy again, and then more, there's like spaced out busyness essentially, but it kind of like follows this level of breakup where nothing is necessarily parallel like that, right? It doesn't keep going in this like parallel way. Instead, you're breaking up shapes in more of the like kind of different sizes. I'm sorry, words are kind of difficult for me right now, but you have like these different sized breakups, and within those different tiers, you can think of like one of them being more of a rest space, maybe the larger area. If you want a lot of focus to be in a certain area, maybe the larger areas can be more of a rest, right? Like this is nice and smooth here, so you rest here, whereas you got a lot of busyness starting to happen down here, but it's the same shapes that I'm taking from here and bringing them down this way. They all look like boobs, sorry. But that busyness kind of leads as like a taper. Think of like tapers as well, right? So your eye kind of gets squeezed in more dense areas. You can think of it kind of like water. So if you were to like push something through here, it's pretty like fast. It'll go pretty fast. But then once it comes over here, it's going very slowly and relaxed, right? Like when you're talking about a taper. So that's sort of like how I like to think about design as well. Unless you're doing something very specific to like hard surface that is supposed to be incredibly equal spacing for a very specific design sense. In nature, you're going to want to have these sort of like tapers where things kind of come from a big point to a small, you know, big to small, right? Because then you're giving interest in moving the eye. You're actively moving the eye. Like it plays naturally in anatomy too, right? Like at the base here, this is smaller than right here, but it also acts as a taper itself, right? So you're coming across this curve, and you're going pretty fast once you get to here. And then you go up, and then there's a little bit of like a rest in this area. So if you kind of think about it that way, when you're looking over your model, you might be able to catch some things that you can improve on design-wise, but it doesn't necessarily mean like you have to actively be thinking about that as you sculpt. In fact, if you're actively thinking about that as you sculpt, as you design, you're going to bog yourself down with too much stuff, too much thought. But if something looks off to you, maybe revisit it and think about these fundamentals, and they can help kind of boost it in some direction that might feel a little bit better. Yeah, Mark, it's in that realm. Do I do a different pose of the creature after? Do you just stay with what you have already in mind before you start sculpting? If it's something that I like, I'll pose it out and have some kind of a final display for it. But if it's just like a quick sketch or something like that, I might just leave it as is. But yeah, if it's specific, like, you know, I like it and I want to finish it out, then I'll do different poses for sure. Or you know, if it might help sell it more to the client, then I will do different poses too. Any way to see some of my work or something you've done in general for someone or for any external project? You know what's really frustrating is all the stuff that I'm proud of the most, I cannot show, and I probably will never be able to show. Comes with doing viz dev, unfortunately. Things are... It's rough when you're doing, like, you know, pre-greenlit stuff for studios. They, you know, it makes sense. They want to own, like, they own the rights to all of these ideas, right? So if you're ideating and fleshing out ideas for a studio before something's even greenlit, they're probably not going to want you to share that in case they ever do decide to go with that in the future, etc., right? So a lot of the stuff, you know, it's sitting on my hard drive, just chilling. Probably chilling for the rest of forever. But a lot of the stuff that I do is actually in like kid stuff. Like I do a lot of toy, kid related IPs. Like what I mean by that is like stylized things that, you know, might be in an animated movie or animated TV series. Yeah, NDAs. But it's not like NDAs where, oh, hey, something is released and now it's out there, but It's like, hey, we need to figure ideas out for this thing. Can you do some ideas? And it's just like, well, can I ever post them? No, you cannot, because your studio's like paying you to give them ideas, right? So I did recent like stage work stuff for Katy Perry can talk about, but it's like she doesn't have like a music video or anything for it or anything like that up. I don't know, maybe she will at some point, but it's like stage stuff. So that was kind of cool. Yeah, this is just a sketch. It's not going to be in the film. Just sketching. Hi, Jojo. How are you doing? Didn't think you had top secret progress in progress. I didn't want to spoil anything. No. You don't have to say sorry. It's like a common question. Like, hey, can we see the stuff that you've done professionally? And like most of it, like 80% of what I do, it doesn't see the light of day. But that's why like I take a second to see, like, think about like, what can I talk about? Did something release or whatever? I did some sculpt work, like actual production stuff. I did some sculpt work for the Magic the Gathering Netflix series that should be coming out at some point this year. Mostly creature stuff, but some other things as well. I did, what else did I do recent? I did a lot of like pre-production design work for a Netflix kids TV series, like a Netflix series. What's it called? A Tale Dark and Grim. I did a lot of like character design for that. The actual models and stuff that you see, that's not mine. Not at the end of the day. I just did a lot of like sculpt work. What else can I talk about? Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a ton of stuff to talk about that's out right now, which is really like, it sucks because, you know, sometimes I wonder myself, am I even a legitimate artist if I can't talk about it? If you can't talk about it, are you even legit? Because like I see all these other artists sharing like, hey, this production is done, look at my stuff or whatever, and I'm like, I'm so happy for you. You did so well. I mostly go off of just what I do in my spare time that I can post on my ArtStation, things like that, you know, my personal work. The more that I just do of my personal stuff, hopefully the more work that I get that's lined up with what I post online, you know? Awesome, Jojo. Thank you. Does most of your work just come to you based on reputation? If people can't see the work, how do they know? I know, it's kind of weird, right? So I am a freelance worker, but I would describe a lot of what I do as gig work. I'm all over the place, right? Like if you want like solid, like I want a career and I want to go from junior artist to lead artist in a studio pipeline, I'm probably not the person to ask because I'm very free-spirited, I guess. I kind of want to like jump around and do a whole bunch of different things. So a lot of the work that comes to me is based on people that I've talked to and worked with before, right? And they'll, you know, word of mouth be sharing that around as well. Some of the things that I post on ArtStation, I'll get contacted about that, being like, hey, do you want to sell this? Or hey, do you want to work with us for something, you know, a short-term contract, etc. So a lot of the work that I do is like that. It's not like I'm guiding teams or anything like that. I just kind of pick up things as they come. I don't know. It's like the best way I can describe it is like gig-based work, but as an artist. Like a lot of the time I'll have multiple small contracts overlapping of different projects from different studios or different individuals that need work done. Most of the stuff that I get are from studios contacting, though, just for like quick iterations or pre-production things. Can't imagine the idea of working in a studio, working yourself up. Going to motivational meetings and no studio. Okay, I worked in a studio right off the bat, right? Like, so I graduated from school, got a job at Arc Productions, which went into solvency, so it doesn't exist anymore. But when I was working there, it was a company of 500 large, right? And I talked to a lot of people. I was very social. After that, I went to work at a studio called Tangent after Arc went into solvency, and at Tangent I got to know people really well there as too, and that kicked off my solo path, I guess you can say, where, you know, now I was moving to Montreal from Toronto and I knew a bunch of people from these other jobs, and that gave me some work. And then I was posting more stuff online, and it kind of just snowballs. As long as you're posting your work online and, you know, doing good work for the people that you do know, I guess word of mouth is a very powerful thing, right? If you're reliable, then they'll recommend you. I mean, why not? It looks good for them as well if you're doing a good job, right? No worries, Monkey. Have a great evening. Thanks for stopping by. The freedom is good, but I must warn you about the anxiety and mental health issues that come with it. And some people might laugh at that and be like, I'm better than that. Like, I'm stronger than that or whatever. Like, we are social creatures at the end of the day, no matter how introverted you are, because I'm a very introverted person. Not being around other people, not doing that kind of stuff for long periods of time, not being integrated in projects can have a toll on you. And there's a lot of anxiety that comes with being a freelance artist as well. And I'm talking about like not just having to rely on yourself to do the work and know that you can get it done, and being your own boss and telling people who ask you for a quote what your quote is and being confident in that and all of these kinds of things. But it comes down to the financial aspect as well. There's a lot of anxiety, not just of like, let's say you had lots of work coming in. Well, now, you know, if you have problems with executive function and you have to worry about time management for all of these things, it can get very overwhelming very quickly, and you can break down and have a lot of issues that way. And then financially, when taxes come around, if you haven't been keeping track of everything, you haven't been super organized, you know, with spreadsheets about you know, which client is giving you what, how much tax you charge per province or state, because everything is different, right? You have to keep track of how much taxes for your specific country that you live in. You know, for me, for example, there's different, you know, in Canada, you have different provinces that charge different provincial taxes, but then there's a federal tax as well. And if you're your own sole proprietorship, you have to keep track and charge certain clients from certain provinces their provincial tax and keep that, but then pay it out in a quarterly fashion. So there's a lot of financial things and dates that you have to keep in mind so you don't owe ridiculous amounts of money, and making sure that you're not spending money that you don't have, that you're just holding on for the government, right? All of these kinds of things are very, very stressful if you don't know how to do them. So it's very important to get an accountant who will talk to you like openly about what you need to do and how to do it. So there's a lot of things, you know, that you're like, okay, you're free from the 9 to 5 per se, but now maybe because you're bad at time management or bad at quoting, now you're working 14 hours a day and you're not seeing anyone, and you've got all of these extra taxes that you didn't know about before, right? So knowing all of these things before jumping into freelance, just being like, yeah, I can set my own schedule. It's not quite as simple as that. It's not quite as dreamy as some people might think it is. There's a lot of responsibility that comes along with it that working for somebody else in a studio relieves you of. Yes, there's a lot of financial things that you need to take into consideration when going freelance. Well, exactly, Riz, exactly. You know, and I seem calm and collected here, but I have an anxiety problem, and there's a lot of times that, like, I have issues with things as well that I didn't think that I would have problems with. So just keep all of this stuff in mind if you are considering, you know, jumping into the freelance world. Like, time is precious, but you might end up spending more time as a freelance artist than anything else. And another thing to consider too is, like, let's say you're like, oh, taking on contracts. This happens to me a lot. You'll take on contracts. You'll be ridiculously busy for 5 months straight. Like, there's no breaks. There's nothing. Like, you can't do anything except for work day and night. You're like breathing work. That was me the last half of last year. And then the new year hits. Everybody in the studios that's giving you work are off on vacation. And all of a sudden you have no work and no projects are starting up for a little while at studios. Nothing is getting greenlit, or nothing needs, like, you know, concept work right away, that your clients aren't coming to you. And suddenly you're out of work for a month to 3 months or something, and the longer the time that goes in between, you don't realize this. You're like, oh well, I made a lot of money and I should be totally fine to just take time off when I'm not working, like, and it's freedom, but not really. It actually makes you, the longer time you go without work as a freelance artist, I find anyway personally, is the more I feel horrible about myself as an artist. I feel like I'm never gonna get work again. I'm never gonna be successful. I'm just gonna, you know, lose everything that I've worked for. I'm not gonna, you know, all of these things start running through. And so you can't even enjoy the few months that you might have without any work coming in, because now you're anxious about not having work. And so it's sort of this cycle that kind of keeps going that you need to be on top of as well, and keep reminding yourself it actually hasn't been that long, like this is normal, blah blah blah. So yeah, freelance is cool. There's a lot of things to consider though that a lot of people don't necessarily talk about right off the bat. I like to talk about the things that maybe are uncomfortable for a lot of people because it's a reality. But you know, at the end of the day, if you have all of that stuff under your belt and you're confident, the biggest key thing to being freelance is confidence. So if you can be confident, then you can have a really good time about setting your own schedule, your own rate, all of these kinds of things, and it's fantastic. But if you don't have any of that under wraps, it starts to snowball and it gets worse over time. So keep in mind. Thanks, Sergio. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you? Oh no, Mark. It's not that bad after you get used to everything, but there are a lot of growing pains to freelance. And it's not just like specifically the social aspect either. Artist, real estate agent, realtor. I mean, yeah, it's kind of the same thing, right? Like when it's working really well, it's working really well, but you're also very busy. And then all of a sudden, maybe nothing because nobody wants to buy houses at that time. Okay, but you did make good money, so you're living off of what you did make before. And that also comes down to what your rate is, right? Like a freelance artist rate typically is higher than that you would see in a studio. And a lot of that comes down to frequency of work and cost of living, etc., and taxes as well that are coming into account there. A larger brush, lower, some bigger muscle. I like doing that for muscles, by the way, is take your Damien Standard brush, make it larger, and then turn the Z intensity down. You can start getting more pillowy forms that aren't necessarily like hard shelf cutoffs, and they look more like muscles or blobs or whatever. All right, I'll see you, Leonard. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Pillowing these things out, and then I'll grab the inflate as well, and then you can go right on top of all of this. Just like a good way to kind of break things up a little bit more. Also gives a little bit of that, I don't know, like the Carlos Huante, is that how you say his last name? Like muscle vibe. Time is it? 9, okay. Alright, no worries, Mark. Thanks for coming by. Have a great evening. Taxes for freelance would be tied towards a business owner. Is it separate for freelance? It depends. If you own a business, like you can be either a sole proprietor, which means that you are just doing, you know, you are the business and business owner, or you can be a business as well and pay yourself through dividends. It depends what you want to do, if you want to incorporate or not. So the incorporating is a lot more complicated, though. You definitely need an accountant if you're going to incorporate. Hey Ray, what's up? Sin, you can go to Maxon and you should be able to find ZBrush from Maxon. Let me see. I don't think the Pixelogic website works anymore. Let me try and find that. Or the... Does it still work? Pixelogic? Yeah, pixelogic.com still works. Okay, but they are part of Maxon now, so go to pixelogic.com. You can go and find their, you know, get ZBrush, and you can try ZBrush there. Hey, Az. No, I was just talking about, like, you know, if you're gonna be your own boss, kind of need an accountant. I kind of like the blubby blubs. How do we do that? No problem, Sin. Hey, Forrest, how are you? How's it going? Favorite artist? Your favorite? Your favorite? Sure about that? Appreciate it anyways. Trying to figure out if I want to do more little bits in here. Do change the alpha. I'm going to change it to a point. No, not a point like that. Let me. What do we have here? Too wide. See if I have any anything to play off of in here. I think I brought any of my my brushes over. Nah, I don't want to use that. Okay, I'll just play around with the base stuff. Regular, and then we'll give this a higher intensity. Really. Cut in and then smooth out. You can also grab the contrast. Contrast, where are you at? Contrast, delta. And then that brings out any of like the details that you were working on that you kind of like go over top of. Sort of like a sharpened feature from Photoshop. Kind of the same dealio. If you're like kind of crazy like me and then you don't work with layers or morph targets. Mole man been hitting the gym. Nice and what do we call this? Lumpy? nice and big and lumpy. How you doing, Rare? Yeah, I've been working in Canada this entire time. He's a mole person. Actually, I kind of want to give him some hair. Instead of like going into like too much detail and stuff. Like, I mean, okay. Focus. This is what I mean by like, sometimes I have problems when I'm thinking of like too many things. Okay, let's see. Let's give him some skin detail first. So we'll go over to surface, noise, and then here's our noise plugin. And we can up the scale, we can turn the strength down just a bit, and we can change how that looks. We want him to have like rougher skin. Probably make that larger. Kind of like rocky. It's too much. And we can bring in some of the smaller details again. Say okay. And then if you apply to mesh, and then work on top of all of that. Eek. Get out of here. This into a spray. You can also like mask off areas if you don't want them affected too, by the way. You're just doing it the dumb way right now. Now I'm gonna re-sculpt over this stuff, make it a little bit fleshier. I have my trusty dusty one of these guys. A little raise up like that. Love some skin flap layering. Kind of like hangnails and things like that. Hangnails that you can hold forever, and then it will strip your entire body of flesh. You're working on animation and clothing and your brain says no. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Is ZBrush Core any good? I don't use ZBrush Core. You could probably ask Shane Olson. He'll be able to give you a proper recommendation for that. I think it comes down to like what it is that you're doing, right? Like, and what you need ZBrush for. The hangnails. I got them hangnails, baby. Miguel. Basic, nothing fancy. Still, clothing can be difficult, that's for sure. Feel you on that one. Actually, brush reset. And getting in more of these. Something that I really like to do when doing like loose skin chunky dudes is treating their folds, their skin folds, like you would cloth folds. Which makes sense, but it also means that it's very, very loose skin. But does give you a neat kind of like feeling for the creature. Oops. Might be a bit much in that area. I'll take it back a notch. Do that thing right there. And then go this shit again. Makes sense. Would be so droopy. Inflate a little something something. Are they separate objects somehow? If you're working with layers, no. If you're working with layers, it's all kind of, they're quite literally just layers that you can turn on and off. So if you do have like, if you're working with wet layers, I recommend making your base layer, and then any changes that you do after that, make a new layer for it, so that you always have your base layer, to work on if you wanted overall like form changes underneath everything. But no, these are not like different objects. Custom brushes that are integral to your workflow that you recommend. Custom? Not really. Nothing that I can really like think of that I've customized myself. I guess like the one thing is when I'm doing stylized stuff, I will use the Maxon brush, which you can find on Google. Like if you just Google Maxon, you'll be able to find that. But my own personal customized brushes, not necessarily. It's very like, depending on what it is that I'm working on, I will switch that up, and it'll be different per project. The basic brushes honestly work really well for me. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Will it mess up the details on the shoulder if you were to move the limbs or pose it in a different way? Yeah, if you're gonna pose, a lot of the time you have to do a lot of re-sculpting. Especially when I'm like on this channel, I usually use only like the vanilla stuff that comes with ZBrush, because then it's easy to like demonstrate things without being like, oh, you need like everything, you need all of these customized things to be good. But that's not true. You can use a lot of what comes right out of the box, and it's awesome. How does it sound like? I don't know. Feel free to make up a noise for it. I'm gonna work on that part. Oh, stupid. Alright, I'm gonna give it some, I'm gonna give it some whiskers. Like feelers. Let's do... Fiber mesh, hi, okay. Preview. length very long. Nothing is intersecting. Assuming it's gonna need like pretty long whiskers. Awula for the chunky body, John Carter. I didn't actually see John Carter because I heard that it was a bad movie, so I never ended up watching it. Elden Ring. I can't wait to play. How much time do we have? 20 more minutes. Like, and give that more girth. Welcome back, Angelus. So you've only seen me do monsters? Yeah. On this stream, pretty much what I do on this stream is monster stuff. For work, I do a lot more like stylized characters or animation. I know it's kind of like a whiplash of content, but it's what it is. Oh, is it really a good? Okay, I guess like it just depends on the type of person, right? Like movies are so subjective. It's like a lot of people, like I've seen so many negative things about Elden Ring, and I'm very confused because I'm thoroughly enjoying it. If you ever dug up one of these, it would be a very concerning day. I don't think animal control would know what to do with it. If I do, let me try something. So stroke, not the, yeah, brush imperfection. Let me try. There we go. It's good. Wait, maybe. No, let me try the jitter. Yeah. There we go. I think actually it might be good to have some feelers on the knuckle areas. This one, let me preview, save. Open. Okay. And I will. Well, I'll turn the coverage down. Where's the coverage? So many. Actually, the length I'll throw up again. Gravity? No, no gravity. And then I'll just groom it forwards. Coverage, lower. That. So when you do fiber mesh too, by the way, like don't worry about taking a big like move brush and moving things, because it auto masks the roots of fiber mesh for you. You don't need to worry about any of that. Long vein things. Which long vein things? You mean like this stuff? This is all inflate. You can do it with inflate. Just increase your inflate strength, your brush strength, and it should be good to go. Yeah, it takes you. He's a very complimenting mole rat frog sloth. Fiber mesh is fun. It adds hair very quickly. Yeah, I agree, Brian. I agree. Yeah, getting there. Where's my fiber mesh? Review. Save. Diving board pose. He's on the ground. That's what I was saying at the beginning. Like, he looks like he's either diving or he's one of those sci-fi ships, sci-fi cars. It's got the same kind of feeling. Sunbathing, yes. You want me to give it a top hat? Oh my. Alright. Considering we're pretty much done the stream now anyways. It's top hat time. Except it's not really a top hat, it's more of an Amish hat. There we go. How wonderful. Yeah, pilgrim hat. Wearing a pilgrim hat. Okay. It's the dirt pilgrimage for him. It's just you gotta have you just gotta have variety in your life, you know? Variety is the spice of life. Brush, reset. Thank you. My goodness. It does. It keeps everything in check. Have I ever put an Easter egg in any of the stuff I've made at work? Yes. Yes. But only I will know. She'll never tell. So black and green skin with pink hair. Wait. Wait, you say for this? You'd... okay. I can give it. Wait, no, go back. I didn't even do any real work on these back feet that much, huh? Oh well, that's fine. Leave it as is. Salad fingers. Practice exercise is always important to develop skills, sculpting, drawing, math, etc. Yeah, I would say so. I think you're the key thing, because we don't have tons of time here, just so that I can, you know, it's almost 10, but the key thing to keep in mind when doing anything is, you know, art related, is observation and analysis. So when you're looking at your reference, make sure that you're really analyzing what it is that you're looking at. You're not just copying lines, you're not just copying something straight up. You're actually thinking about it and breaking it down and digesting it. The more you can do that, the more you're going to learn and hold on to things. I have not come up with a name for this creature, so if you have one, feel free. Snaggleborf. All right. Snaggleborf it is. This is the Snaggleborf. Delicious as he may be. Grab like. No, I'm over time a little bit. I'll just quickly finish up this poly paint. Something kind of quick. Spray. Get in here. No, I think we're gonna keep leaning towards green. Kind of gives a sickly vibe. The highlighting. The Ma brushes, you should be able to Google them. And if you can't, the idea, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure Shane has a similar brush. It really is just a Damien standard with a sharp fall off. That's kind of what it is. It's kind of helps me create shelving space, like shapes. It's not really like a necessity or anything. You can do the same thing with pinch. Tried, couldn't find all of them. The links you found were dead. Here's a link to my Discord, and if you scroll in the general chat, you should be able to find. I put a link there. Wait, let me see. Wait, actually, here, I'll just give you... It looks shady, but it works. That's the Cut Mech A, the one that I use. I do not have my mask. It's not something that I use, so I don't keep brushes that I don't use. You're not a nuisance. No, no, no. I don't have it though. If I did, I would give it to you, but I don't hold on to brushes that I don't use. Alright. I'm good enough for now, I think. Yeah, because I'm kind of like over time anyways. So we'll do... How do I want to do this? How do I want to show him off? Because fiber mesh is better when you render it. I'm wondering. Maybe I'll do him. Here, I'll do a layout like this first. And then I will do a render for the video. Here he is. Like so. Diving board, yeah. He's a diving board rat. Yeah, Shane and Tomas have great brushes for polishing things. Thanks, Zachary. Alright, okay, and now I'm gonna figure out one for the video as well, just to give it a diving board. Woo! Wait, is it better maybe with perspective? Oh yes. Very good, sir. There you go. BPR it. There you go. Big ol' nasty guy. You hear the splashing into dirt. The exposed backbones. Yeah, it's a little bit Geiger-y, isn't it? Hey Ashish. Alright, I'm gonna be ending. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. I will be live again next Wednesday. And I will be doing more of whatever the heck we were doing today, as is the usual. So if you like that, next Wednesday, 6 to 10 p.m. EST. And if you aren't already following Pixelogic / well, now they're Maxon, but Pixelogic channels, which is on Twitch or YouTube, or maybe you're on Facebook. I don't know. I guess we're not connected to Facebook right now, but definitely give them a follow wherever you are so that you can see all of the other artists that are streaming, and they stream throughout the week. Lots of people are live here on this channel. If this is your first time here, definitely do that. And if you are considering trying ZBrush, there is a 30-day free trial. And if you've never done any kind of sculpting before and you don't really want to commit to buying anything or like a 30-day free trial of like a big program like this, there's also ZBrush Core Mini, and that's free forever. And it's like a super stripped down version of ZBrush that you can just kind of get dirty with and just figure out if you even like 3D sculpting. So I recommend that as well. Yeah, Sheesh, go ahead. That's fine. If you want to catch me on any of my socials, you can see me on any of these as well. If I didn't get to your questions on time or anything like that, if you're seeing this on YouTube, feel free to reach out on any of these socials right here, and I will do my best to respond in a timely manner. And hey Ryan, I'm about to end. No worries, Riz. Ashish, do you got that question for me? If not, I'm about to hop off, because we're already over time right now by 15 minutes. So yeah, if I don't have any of your, if I missed any of your questions, sorry, feel free to ask me on any of my socials and stuff over here, okay? Jeez, you're not giving me that question, so I'm gonna hop off, okay? Okay. How to change units in preferences menu, transpose, units, calibration. I would ask Shane that. Shane is more, so Shane Olsen also streams here on this channel. You can DM him, ask him. I do not change the units within ZBrush at all for any reason. I don't need to. So if you're looking for that answer, I would ask, it might even be in Ask ZBrush, hashtag Ask ZBrush on YouTube. Let me get that. So if you look up hashtag Ask ZBrush, right? And then you put in as well, like whatever it is that you might have a question with. There's tons of videos that they've done. They might have already answered that question for you. So you might be able to find what it is that you're looking for through there, or ask Shane Olsen, okay? All right, guys, thank you so much for hanging out, and I hope you have a great evening. Again, socials if I missed any of your questions, and see you guys in the next one. Bye bye.